So you guys can go ahead and work on that. All right, online. Going over in class here. Well, first off, welcome to Monday. A little bit of a different way that we are doing our field notes today. Okay, and this will be this week. Here's what we're going to do online. Listen closely. You guys are going to take Proverbs chapter 1 through 5. Proverbs chapters 1 through 5. So just get out a piece of paper for your field notes this week. I'm not going to give you a piece of paper or anything like that. I've got nothing to give you this week. Remember, only times I have anything to give you are if you can't pick up your field notes or if I have a Bible book quiz are the only times you have to come in. So this week there's nothing that you have to come in for except either to drop it off or make sure to email it to me. But you can get out a piece of paper. Here's your memory verse for this week. Proverbs chapter 3, verses 5 and 6. Proverbs chapter 3, verses 5 and 6. On those field notes, you are going to write Proverbs chapter 3, verses 5 and 6 one time. So somewhere on there, write Proverbs chapter 3, verses 5 and 6. Also on those field notes, you are going to take, remember I gave you Proverbs 1 through 5. So here's what you're going to do. Read Proverbs chapter 1. You read through that. And then every verse in there that you feel has something to say about friendship. You're like, man, this is talking about how do I interact with people? How am I a friend to people? You're going to write that verse out. So, I don't have my Bible here. Let's just say Proverbs chapter 1, verse 3. You're like, oh, this is dealing with friendship. Write that verse out. Then right beside it, you're going to write your summary of the verse. This verse means that one of the verses I shared in here, one of the verses you guys will read is make no friendship with an angry man unless you learn his ways. So I'd write that verse out. Then beside it, I'm going to write, I should not be close to people who get angry because I will become like that. So you just summarize the verse. So this week, you're going to read 5 chapters. 5 chapters. You are going to look in each one of those chapters and say, is there a verse talking about friendship? And if there is, write the verse out. Then go ahead and give me the summary of the verse is like one sentence. I mean, unless you really want to get into it and give me like paragraphs, I guess that's fine. But that's more work than you need to do for that. Just give me one sentence. What would you say is your definition, or what does this verse mean to you? So that's your field notes. So it'd be a blank sheet of paper. Somewhere on there, you're going to write out your memory verse, Proverbs 3, verses 5 and 6. Then you're going to have, for you online, it is Proverbs 1 through 5. So Proverbs 1, read it. And then put Proverbs 1, verse number 5, whatever it is that you think has to deal with friendship. Write that verse out. Then you are going to give me a brief summary of that verse. Okay? Make sure that's your work for this week. Also, today is the deadline for that. You must have everything turned in to me. I do not have everything from everybody. It must be emailed to me or dropped off at the office by the end of the day today for you to get any credit. If I don't get it, it is a 0. So make sure that you take care of it. Make sure you get that stuff done. All right? Give you guys a little bit of time in class. I'm going to give you just about 2 more minutes, 3 more minutes, a little about 8:50. As you're starting out on it, if you have a question, let me know. Let me know. We'll take a look at it. This is going to take some work. So every day, make sure you don't want to lose that piece of paper either. Because if you do all that work and you lose it on Thursday, you'd have to redo it. So just be careful where you put it. You don't want to lose that. All right, here you go, sir. There you go. Hey, and by the way, as you guys are writing this, just a quick reminder that this starts your new 9 weeks. So this is a completely new 9 weeks. Your last grades are done, and I believe you're supposed to get those by the end of the week. So we'll see if you get your report card by that. I know I've got to get your stuff graded and everything done there soon so that they can get those out. So this is a new 9 weeks, so maybe last 9 weeks did not go according to plan in this class or in another class. Everybody starts out today. I used to say everybody starts out today with 100, but you know that's just not true. You start out with nothing. All right, so you don't have any grades at all right now. Your first grades for this class will go in Friday. You'll have your field notes and your verse quiz. Okay, those will be your first grades that will go in, but you are starting a new 9 weeks today. Yes, sir.
So when you say we're reading 11 through 15, is that chapters 11?
Yes, that's chapters 11 through 15. Thank you. Just to make sure that I was clear, we're talking chapters here. Okay, chapters. So Proverbs chapters 1 through 5, 6 through 10, 11 through 15. And we'll do this again next week with different chapters, and then we'll be able to finish up the book of Proverbs in 2 weeks doing it like this. All right, guys. Hopefully you got a good start on that. If you have questions on it, let me know, please, and we'll break that down and answer any questions you might have on that. Take your books, turn with me to 137. 137. Looking at the book of Proverbs. Looking at the book of Proverbs. Today we're going to be talking a lot about Proverbs in the next few weeks because of the project you guys are working on. But today we'll conclude sort of what we're studying about this. I'm going to give you a quick background on it. First off, what is a proverb? You hear a proverb, what does that mean, Brianna? Short, wise saying. So it's not just a biblical term. I think that's what I'm trying to convey right there. It doesn't mean if somebody says a proverb, it's like, oh, that's coming from the Bible. No, we have a lot of different proverbs that we have, and it's just a short, wise saying. Let me give you a very good proverb, and actually, you learn this from a very educational documentary called Monsters Incorporated. Don't eat the yellow snow. That is a short, very wise saying. Okay, you understand? That's all we're talking about a proverb. Now, when we come to the book of Proverbs, we know these are inspired by God, so they have a little more backing to it. But again, what is a proverb? It's just something short that you keep in your mind. And so when the situation comes up, you're like, okay, wait a minute. This is there's different ones that you guys red sky. What is the sailors one? You guys remember that one? Red sky and morning, sailors take warning. I don't remember. Something like that. But there's little things that people will say to help them remember things. That's what we're talking about Proverbs. So what is a proverb? A proverb is a short, wise saying. Most proverbs were written by Solomon to his son. Again, you should have these already written in. Should have them already written in. But most proverbs written by Solomon to his son. Then, 5 sections of Proverbs. And I gave these guys to you guys before. Proverbs 1 through 9, 10 through 24, 25 through 29, and 30 and 31. Last two just sort of set apart because of different authors there. But it gives you the value of wisdom. Proverbs of Solomon. Solomon's Proverbs copied by Hezekiah's men. So we've gotten so far here. And what is the main thing in Proverbs? We read this verse, Proverbs 1:7. Wisdom is the main subject of Proverbs. Wisdom. The first step to wisdom is the fear of the Lord. fear means respect and reverence of God. And we talked about this right here because when we hear the word fear, we're thinking about hiding underneath our beds and scared and, not wanting to see somebody. Let's just share here. What is it? We each have things. What is something that you are afraid of? Like a phobia or something like that. Let's see. Anybody want to share theirs? Well, let's do this. How many would say you are afraid of heights? Anybody afraid of heights in here? Okay, a few afraid of heights. I don't like heights that much. I've gotten over it. You're scared of, well, yes, I understand that, all right? I don't like roller coasters, things like that, different things because of heights. Who would say scared of spiders? Spiders. How many of you, I'm talking about if all of a sudden a spider comes down and is right there in front of you, you're letting out a blood-curdling scream because there is a spider there, that's I've got my daughter is like that. Like if there's a bug, there's like running out of the room scared, different things. So some of you, let me see, spiders, who's spiders again? All right, spiders. Let's see here. Some of you are like, I'm not scared of anything. Yes, sure. All right, let's see. What are other things we can be scared of? Snakes? Snakes. Snakes. I don't like snakes. All right. I'm not going to pick up a snake. Okay, let me give you the one. The other ones, I don't like snakes. I don't like spiders, but they don't really bother me. Let me give you the one that I just don't want anything to do with. And I know you're going to laugh and mock and make fun of me, but I'm being transparent and honest. Mice and rats. I do not like mice and rats. All right, Mrs. Moyer makes fun of me. When they're dead, I don't even like they're dead in the little, yeah, and you got to pick up the trap and throw it in the garbage. I don't want to do that. I know they're dead. I don't know why. It's one of those things. Some of the fears that you have are irrational, right? This is one I know is irrational. I don't know, am I afraid the thing's gonna come alive and jump out of the trap at me or something like that? I don't know. But it's something I don't like. Let's see, who else has something that you are a little bit frightened by? Joey, what is it? The ocean. Oh, really? Oh, so you don't go in at all? What, like the current? Sharks. Okay. All right. I think all of us would be scared if a shark is swimming towards us. I'm going to share this with you. I don't know why, because it has nothing to do with Bible. I just found it very, very interesting. I like to listen to podcasts. Listening to one Rob Pelinka did. I don't know if anybody knows who Rob Pelinka is, but he is the GM of the Los Angeles Lakers, and it's a leadership podcast. And he was talking about he was an agent for Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant was a very smart guy, took his craft very seriously. He actually went and studied sharks, how they moved and different things like that. So Pelinka tells this story about one time Kobe calls him and says, hey, we're going to go to Mexico. I want you to come with me. We're going to study sharks there. So basically he's like, I find myself in a cage in the water waiting for these sharks to come up to us. And that because he wanted to study how sharks move and different things like that. I just found that very, very interesting. Maybe you don't care at all, and don't hurt my feelings by saying that. But I did find that very interesting that he would go to those great lengths to try to study just how sharks move. All right. Anyone else? What is something that you are a little bit frightened by? Cody?
When I was 7, my brother, he pranked me when we were at the beach. He got one of those plastic shark fins and started coming up behind me and get underwater.
Did you scream?
And I freaked out and I ran up the shore.
Yeah.
He stood up and started laughing at me, and I ran back in the water and tackled him.
Now, you know what would have been really funny, though? Is if a real shark was coming up behind. And then, you both would have been gone, and you would have been mad at him and all of that, I would say sharks is a healthy fear for all of us. I don't know. How many of you would go in, I think I've asked this before, would go in a shark cage? How many of you would free swim with sharks?
No.
I'm not free swimming. The shark cage would be pretty tough for me to get into. But I am definitely not free swimming with sharks. I don't have an interest in that. All right. So sharks, that is a very true one. What else we got, Aaron? What is it? Quicksand. Okay, quicksand. I would not like to be in quicksand myself. Anybody else have one? Eliana, what is it? What is it? Okay, all right. It's scary things at nighttime. Yeah, we've all had different things at night. And night just scare. I mean, we're not afraid of the dark. We're afraid. The dark just makes everything look different, and your mind begins to play tricks on you. I certainly understand that. All right, Jonathan, last one. Tons of noises in the house at night. Yeah, I understand that. That happens as well. We all have different things that happen that we're a little. Some of us have like a phobia that we just don't, claustrophobic, different things like that, where you don't want to be in small areas, some big groups of people. There's different phobias or fears that people have. But when we come to that and we're talking about the fear of the Lord, it's important for us to understand not at all what it's talking about. And what is it talking about? A respect and reverence for God. We fear somebody because we respect them, because out of love for them, we want to help them. And or not help, I guess, but because of our love, we don't want to disappoint them. And we want to do our best for them. And that's what we're looking at here. So continuing on. We are on the demands and benefits of wisdom. Again, you guys should have already written these in. These are on page 138. We read these verses, Proverbs 3, 1 through 6. Keep my commandments for long life. Keep mercy and truth in your heart for peace. And then the verses that you guys are working on today, Proverbs 3, 5, and 6. Trust in the Lord with all your heart. Acknowledge God in everything you do. Trust. Trust is a word that we use a lot of, but most of us don't really have a lot of trust in people, and there's good reason for that. For instance, let me give you an example. Some of you, when you turn 16, you're going to go buy a vehicle. Okay? I hate buying vehicles. I hate it. You know why? I feel like they're trying to rip me off. Like that's what I feel like. They're probably not, but I just feel like they're going to sell me this car that's going to break down on me, in like a month, and I don't want to get ripped off. I have a hard time trusting. Someday you'll begin to get these phone calls. I remember this one time I got a phone call, and I had won incredible, a free trip, a free cruise. Oh, it was awesome. Free cruise, and there's more. I was going to win a gas card for an entire year. And this was back when gas was like $4 or $5 a gallon. I mean, I had won this, and they were telling me all about it. And I'm like, this is incredible. And then they're like, hey, do you want it? Now I said this because just trying to figure out how it would go. I'm like, sure. Great. We're going to reserve this for you. All we need is your credit card. And I'm like, wait a minute. If I won this, and this is all free, why do you need my credit card? Because it's free. Like, oh no, this is just for, just so we have it on record and all of those things. I did not give them my credit card. And by the way, let me just recommend, whenever anybody out of the blue calls you and begins to ask for your credit card information, probably not a good idea to give it to them in the future. Just a heads up. Because what? They're saying you get all this stuff, but then it's like, wait a minute, I can't trust you on that. Trust in the Lord with all thine heart. Do you trust God? Yes. But then there's certain times where, what does it say? And lean not unto thine own understanding. Here's what we do. We trust God as long as we can still remain in control. For instance, we should do right now a trust fall. Wouldn't that be fun? All right, we should just do a trust fall. Just have you can stand on this table, and you guys know what a trust fall is, right? You just fall back, right? I will catch you. I will catch you. How many of you trust that I will catch you? That's very hurtful. All right, nobody in this room trusts me at all. All right, you guys done those trust falls before? How many of you is it very hard to do it? Anybody else? Like, especially if you're doing it on the ground. You guys ever done them when you're on the ground? You start leaning back, what do? You move that foot back, don't you? I mean, you don't mean to. That's not your goal. You could have people back there that you trust, but why do you put your foot, why is it so hard to do? Why? Anybody, just tell me what. Why is it so hard for you to do? What's that? You have this little speck of doubt, and you know what happens the moment you fall back? You no longer in control, right? If I fall completely back, there's no way to catch myself. There's no way. I'm trusting whoever it is behind me. Now, if I'm on the ground, it's not that big a deal. Put me 10 feet in the air and have me doing a trust fall, now I'm a little bit more concerned about it. Because there's nothing I can do. Here's what we get wrong when we say, I trust God. Yes, I trust God. It's like doing that trust fall. And you get to the moment, you start leaning back, right? I trust him, and right when you're about to lose control, you no longer trust him. You lose your trust. I've used this illustration with you guys before. It's like maybe many of you, when you guys were about to learn how to swim or to jump into the deep end, right? Maybe you're on the diving board. There was somebody in the water. You can jump. Now, maybe some of you were just people that you just were jumping in anyways, right? You're just jumping in. Others of you maybe were like me. I know I can't swim very well. If I jump in here, do I really trust that my dad's not going to let me sink to the bottom? I don't know. But eventually you had to trust, and you jumped in, and you learned to swim. You learned to do it because you had to trust. Trusting is when I'm no longer in control. That's what trust is. Trust is not, I'm trusting you, but I'm still in control. That's where we get it wrong. So this verse that you're memorizing, which is why we didn't go over it yet, trust in the Lord with all thine heart. And this, lean not unto thine own understanding. When I hear that part, lean not, again, it just reminds me of that trust fall, and all of a sudden you just put your foot back. I trust you, God, until the moment I'm no longer in control. In all thy ways, acknowledge him. Trust him in everything. Not just in certain. Many of you in this room have trusted Jesus Christ as your Savior, and you are trusting him as your only way to heaven. Many of you have. But do you trust him with tomorrow? You're saying you trust God with thousands of years, millions of years. But do you trust him for the next 20? We can say we trust God, but we've got to trust him in every area of our life. Lean not into thy own understanding. In all thy ways, acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths. This is where we need to be as far as trust goes. So you guys wrote Proverbs 3:5-6. So how do we get wisdom? How do we get wisdom? Proverbs chapter 2, verse number 6. So guys, write it in. Don't have a lot of time. And then turn to Proverbs chapter 2. We're going to look up just a couple of verses here as we finish up this this section. Proverbs 2, verse number 6. I'll go ahead and just read it for you. You guys write that in. I'll read it for you. For the Lord giveth wisdom. Out of his mouth cometh knowledge and understanding. For the Lord giveth wisdom. If I'm going to get wisdom, it is going to come from God. Now, there's things I can learn from people. I fully believe this right here. I believe that you can learn something from anybody. I fully believe that. If I spend time talking to you, I can learn things. I absolutely believe that. You guys have a lot of things that you know about that I'm not as familiar with. Some of you guys, video games. I know like nothing, right? I'm learning things from my son about Minecraft. I don't know anything about Minecraft. He knows about Minecraft, so I'm learning things from him on that. You can learn from anybody. But true wisdom only comes from God. Now, does that mean you can't get wisdom from anybody? No. But yesterday, your pastor got up and he preached. And as long as he was preaching God's word, there is wisdom there. So I can get wisdom from him or somebody else that's teaching you because it's coming from God's word. So where do I get wisdom? It comes from God. And James chapter 1 verse 5 says, if any of you lack wisdom. What does this mean? Do any of you need wisdom? I need it every day. It's one of the things I pray for every day. God, would you give me wisdom today? Because I'll make decisions today that I need wisdom with. I need wisdom. So understanding that God is the one that gives wisdom, ask him for it. And then it says right here in verse number 6 that it comes out of his mouth cometh knowledge and understanding. So what does this mean? I sit back and wait for God to speak to me? No. How has God spoken to us today? In his word. I get into his word so that I can receive wisdom from him from his word. All right? And what will wisdom do for me? Proverbs 4, 6 through 9. You guys can write these in there. I'm going to read it for you. Forsake her not, talking about wisdom, and she shall preserve thee. Love her, and she shall keep thee. Wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore get wisdom, and with all thy getting get understanding. Exalt her, and she shall promote thee. She shall bring thee to honor when thou dost embrace her. She shall give to thine head an ornament of grace, a crown of glory shall she deliver to thee. What does wisdom do? It keeps you, preserves you, it guards you. It keeps me from certain things. It exalts you, it promotes you. Guys, everyone should be writing these in. Make sure they're written in. It brings me honor and crowns me. These are the results of wisdom. I want you to finish writing these in. Once you are done, you can be dismissed. Again, remember our project this week, taking the place of our field notes. On my right, Proverbs chapter 1 through 5, and online, Proverbs chapters 1 through 5. In the middle, Proverbs 6 through 10. On my left, Proverbs 11 through 15. All right, if you have any questions on that, let me know. And you guys can be dismissed online. Again, remember, I have to have all of your work today for any credit for that. All right, thank you guys so much.
I haven't done anything. How can I be mean if I don't do anything? John, how can I be mean if I don't do something? I pushed you in the eye? A million years ago. That was so hurtful. Oh, it is up there. Quiz 15's up there. Elias, good to see you, man. No, it's not open book.
What? What did I just walk into?
Let's put it this way. Ask me if I care.
You know you're live, right?
Okay.
Wait, what? Wait.
You know you're on stream,
No.
right?
Since when? welcome back, DLs, from our brief encounter. Okay. Okay. Okay, DLs, class. Here's what we got to do. I'm going to give you 2 minutes, actually 3, till the big hand's on 5, to look over your review sheet. This is quiz 15. Okay. Quiz 15. Hey, welcome back, Jose. Okay. I thought I saw you walk in. Now, quiz 15. Elias, I'm not going to have you do it. Okay. Shh, Cody, please don't. So, now you have 2 minutes to look over your review sheet. This is not open book. Okay. So, make sure. So now I have 2, 4, 6, 8, 14, 16, 18, 21. 21 in here. Okay. Now just I don't have my candy here. Okay, I'll be right back. Gonna make a couple copies. Good to see that. Okay, put your study sheets away. Okay, quiz is being passed out. You have until you get your quiz to look it over, but then it has to be put away right away. Okay? Okay. Today is the first. Okay, I don't know why there's talking right now, but there shouldn't be. Judy talking? Is he gonna get text if you do? Okay, DLs, go ahead and take your test now. Everybody else is doing it. Sorry, I didn't tell you that. Or take your quiz, I mean, not your test. When you're done, just put it in the box. The box. Emily, but who else are we missing? Because we thought he filled up the classroom. Is there anybody absent today? Everybody's here right now, huh?
No, Eric is here.
Eric is.
Mr. Brown, did you get those missing assignments I turned in before you?
Should have gotten them back. I graded what was in there. Okay. As long as you are really close. Let's, okay. As long as you are, at least, as long as I know what you're talking about. Okay? Yeah. Yes. While we are waiting for those to finish that need to finish, if you want to see what your grade is, I will show you. Be back in the goods, C minus. Okay?
I was looking at the left side and the right side.
Done. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, there you go. Listen. Now that's not including that test. Okay, so that will come up. Okay. Anybody else real quick? Okay. Is anybody not finished with the quiz in the classroom? Okay. Adelaide. That's okay. 106. DL's just a few more minutes. Okay. We'll be starting class here in just, or the notes here in just a little bit. Okay, anybody else in the classroom not finished with their quiz? Okay, good. Now, I'm going to put it up on the board. The DLs, we have a quiz this Thursday, quiz 16, okay? So class, I'm going to put that on the board for you with a Thursday behind it so that you get, we'll do that. We'll go green. That was quiz 16, yeah. 16. Okay. Today, 6.1 is due, so make sure that you are getting that turned in. Okay. The ones I had already turned in were Brianna, Jasmine, Chase, and Jasmine got 6-2 also. Okay. That's the only ones that I got early. Okay. So make sure that 6.1 gets turned in today. Okay. Okay. We are on lesson 74 today. Let's do a little quick review. What is the pressure from water called? Hydrostatic pressure. Okay? Now, in oceanography, hydrostatic pressure is measured in what metric unit? Kilopascal. PSI is coming. Okay. What are huge chunks of floating glacial ice called? There you go. What is the outer edge of a glacier that floats on the ocean's surface? Huh? Ice shelf. Put the food away. Chase. Thank you. All right, that's it. Okay, I'm going to talk about the movements of the sea. Did you know that the sea is moving all the time? It's picking up its bags, it's packing its luggage, and it's moving every single day. Every single hour. It has a universal moving company, okay? Because it's moving. It's constantly moving. Okay? The ocean does not stand still. And I do this now. Your homework's in the back. And then in here is also your quiz review sheets, test review sheets, if that's the case, okay? So it's all in here for you. Okay. Now, this is part of why it's moving. Because the wind. The wind is driving, or the water is driven by the wind across its surface. Okay? It's kind of like when on a real windy day. I want you to get this picture. On a real windy day, Jaden goes outside and the wind just moves her along. Okay? Just like, because you said I pick on you, so I might as well do it. Okay? Okay? So, it's moving. The moon. causes the tidal water to creep up the shore and then recede. Okay? So the moon is causing the tides to increase or decrease. And that's based upon the gravitational pull on the earth. Yes, sir. Huh? Who? Who is? Tyler? Done? Okay. So the moon, based upon its gravitational pull. Okay? The currents causes the differences in the density of the water, which causes, okay, movement of the water. So, based upon number one, that water is always, the ocean is always moving. When you throw a rock into the water, the ocean, and the wave is created because of the rock, does the wave ever stop? No, because the water is constantly moving. Now, the initial wave may change into a different type of wave, or it may change into the current, undertow of the current, okay? But because the water is constantly moving, that wave is only changing its energy from one to another, okay? It is still going on. Earthquakes and volcanoes, okay? Earthquake.
You are not allowed to do that.
It was an isolated earthquake. You're the one that has started this, okay?
How did I start this?
Sorry, DLs, I know you can't see what's going on in the room, okay? But I have, listen, I have literally been challenged, okay, today to not be a nice teacher, okay? I have literally been challenged not to do that, okay? Okay? Now, she didn't say that in those words, but the meaning behind the words, the teacher's always reading between the lines, okay? All right. There's three primary types of water movements in the ocean. You have your ocean currents, you have your waves, and you have your tides. The third one is what helps your clothes get clean. Is it good? Okay. Okay, so let's take these each individually. Let's talk about the ocean currents. Yes. An ocean current is just a large stream of ocean water that flows at or below the surface. Both of you. Yes, Aaron. I don't know. Did I call your name? Then, as of Friday, no. Okay. Now, those that I called had turned it in early, but I had all of 6.1, I think, out of the box, but double check. Okay. By the way, isn't it so nice today to be able to see the side of the cabinet without papers on there? Okay? No makeup work yet. Okay? Let's see how many days we can go without having this up here. Okay? Makeup work. Okay? So that means everybody needs to turn in 6.1 today. Okay? Okay, moving on up, or around as the ocean currents are saying it. Okay? You also have what's called surface currents. Okay? These are part of the ocean currents, different category. These are prevailing winds. That are constantly blowing over the water surface. Destiny. Okay, Cody, when I call somebody's name, I don't need an echo. Okay? Now, these surface currents, and you can see on the map, on the picture on the screen, where these are. And the weather maps that you see on news, if you ever watch the weather broadcast, they will show you these wind currents. And they're not always going in the same direction, okay? They will rotate, and they'll go backwards sometimes. They'll change around based upon the wind, okay? But they are the large mass of water to flow horizontally, or these cause the water to flow horizontally along the surface of the ocean. Can water ever move vertically? Okay. Give me an illustration or an example. Okay. Technically, he's correct. It's not what I was thinking, but that's okay. Okay, that's okay. Technically, he's correct. A tidal wave, okay, or any huge wave is going a vertical aspect, okay, not just horizontally. It's actually doing both. The causes of surface currents are dun, 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 gyres.
181. We do have timed reading today, so you will have 7 minutes to read the story. Let's go with, well, technically you're only supposed to have 6, but I'll give you 8 minutes to read the story. Okay, go ahead and start reading. The open window, page 181. Elias, I know that, I guess we're ordering more books for you. Do you not have your 8th grade books yet? Mr. S said that you were doing online. Okay. All right. Yeah, so we'll get those ordered for you. Okay. So just sit tight for a second. For those of you in distant learning, please comment that you're here. I'm about to send you guys the quiz. We are on page 181, reading to page 183. Brianna, are you reading your story? Joey, read your story. Jasmine, do you know when Emily's going to come back? Gotcha. Is it because of COVID or? Oh, gotcha. If you are done reading the story, you can come get your quiz. But you guys have about 3 more minutes. if you haven't already, by the end of class, turn in your homework from Friday. List 13, your words twice. Cody, you should be on the second page by now. Yes, Jose. Sorry? What's what? Honestly, I'll look it up for you. It's like a swamp. The definition is wet, muddy ground, too soft to support a heavy body. Oops. About a minute left. Elias, do you not have any of the books at all? So do you have like a vocab book or anything that looks like? None? Okay. All right. So were you doing the 7th grade curriculum? I mean 8th grade? Okay. Sounds good. All right, guys. Put everything away. I'll pass out the quiz. Cody, throw it away. Once you have taken the quiz, go ahead and put it in the tray. Make sure you bring up your homework from the weekend. Your words twice. And once you are done with your quiz, like I said, turn in your homework from the weekend and then just some things to write down about the open window. So go ahead and get your literature books out once you've turned in your quiz. Yes, Cody. No. You always ask me after we take a quiz, like, does the quiz need to, like, does that make you need to use the restroom? Quiz or test? I know you're new to my class, but I don't allow that here. Raise your hand if you still have the quiz. All right, finish up. Jose, you have 1 minute. Everyone should be turned to page 181. Get out your literature notes or whatever you take notes with and mark it in your book. Who the author is, don't say it out loud because Jose's still taking the test or quiz. You want to know the author. And then on the last page, 183, the line to know, the very last sentence, romance at short notice was her specialty. Okay, that's on page 183. Romance at short notice was her specialty. Final answers, Jose. We got to move on. Okay, so again, let me just put it on the PowerPoint for you. Are we having technical difficulties again? Oh man. Whatever day it is. Yep, okay. So just listen to my words. The very last sentence on page 183 is a line to know from this work, so mark it. Joey, turn around. Romance at a short notice was her specialty. Okay? And then you guys just read the story. We'll talk about it since I haven't gotten the quizzes from the distant learners yet, but you want to know the author. The theme of this work is the power of imagination. Okay? You want to highlight that, or not highlight it, but like mark it in your notes or write it by the title in your book, The Power of Imagination. Okay? All right, so obviously we are in a new unit chapter 7. If you guys notice the title, it's at the corner of curiosity and suspense. So a lot of these works we're going to talk about are mystery, like we see in the next story. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, he wrote, who knows what he wrote actually? Does anybody know? The famous detective? Good, Sherlock Holmes, okay? He wrote, and he developed the character of Sherlock Holmes, so we're going to read that in the next one. But tonight for homework, go ahead and read pages hold on, let me double check for you. Read page 184 to page, let me see. Actually, tonight for homework, I didn't have anything assigned. So no homework tonight. We'll have that tomorrow. But yeah, so we'll have that tomorrow. Go ahead and take out your grammar books. Turn to page 99 in the green book, and then page number, let's see, 115 in the blue book. We just took our test about verbs. Now we're going to talk about nouns. The reason why we do verbs first is because when we're finding that in a sentence, that's the first thing we're going to be looking for is our verb. Okay? So page 99 in the green book, page 115 in the blue book, nouns and their uses. Okay? Recognizing nouns. Number one, a noun is a word that what, class? What does it do? Okay, we should be in our books. The definition is right there. Everyone go ahead and open your books. Aaron, quickly. Page 115 in the blue book, 99 in the green book. Elias, there are different books that were ordered, so we're kind of working from two books here. So. Page 99 in the green book, page 115 in the blue book. Do I need to repeat it again? Okay. A noun is a word that, what, class, what does it do? Good. Names a person, place, thing, or idea. So things about nouns is they give you a specific name. So desk, that is a name of a thing, okay? Place, Beaumont or Banning, those are names of places, names of things, and names of ideas. Persons, brother, ranger, evangelist, Oliver, Susan, pilot, all of these are persons. Places, Valley, Lake Michigan, New York City, all of those are all places, self-explanatory. Those are all nouns. Number two, a compound noun is two or more words used as a single noun. So this would be first and last names or titles of works like Black Beauty or one person, but they're all compound names like brother-in-law or sister-in-law. All of those are compound nouns, okay? And then a collective noun names a group even if it in its singular form. So basically the word team. Obviously there are a bunch of members on a team. There are a bunch of members on a team. but you look at the team as one unit. That is a collective noun. Same thing with a herd of cattle. There's a bunch of cows in the herd, but the herd is one thing. Those are all collective nouns. Same thing with flock. Okay? Let's look at exercise A. Circle the nouns in the following story or the following paragraph. You don't want to circle the words like the pronouns like he, we, all of those. Okay, we'll get to pronouns later. But go ahead and do exercise A, and we'll go over it together. Circling all the nouns in the story, so the names of specific people, places, things, ideas, all of those. Okay. Yeah, Cody. No. A flock is a bunch of sheep. So that is what it's called. So it's a name of a bunch of sheep. Okay, let's go over the first sentence. Actually, let's go over the green book first. Circle the nouns in the following story. A shepherd boy who watched a flock of sheep near a village brought out the villagers 3 or 4 times by crying, "Wolf, wolf." Who has that first sentence? Aaron, what did you circle here? Good. Good. We'll just flock and sheep. The word of is a preposition. Okay. Close. What else did he miss, John? He said shepherd boy, flock, sheep, and villagers and neighbors. What else do we circle in between sheep and villagers? Good. Village is also a noun. What else do you have there? What else do you have after villagers? All that he missed. Okay, both wolves. Okay, and then what else? What else? We have one more here. Jose? What was it? Not quite. Remember, those are our pronouns. We're not circling those quite yet, but we're still in the second line. Okay, Brianna. Times. Okay, those are naming how many times he cried. But actually, one thing that you might have missed, the word crying is also circled because it is a gerund used as a noun. He's crying. Okay, that's one thing that we do need to work on looking for. We need to also circle gerunds, which are verbals that are used as nouns. Okay. So Aaron did say neighbors. Second one helped him. He laughed at them for their pains. The wolf, however, did truly come at last. Okay, what do I circle here, Natalie? Yes, we're not quite there in that sentence yet, okay? So he laughed at them for their pains. I would circle pains. And wolf, good. Natalie also said shepherd boy in the next line. So yes, I would circle shepherd boy. Now really alarmed, shouted in terror, "Please come and help me." Okay? Do I need to circle anything else in there? Class? Remember, we're not circling pronouns. We're not circling pronouns. Me, you, him, her. We're not circling those yet. Just the names of a noun. So like common nouns or compound nouns, yes. Hudson, what else are we circling there? The shepherd boy, now really alarmed, shouted in terror, "Please come and help me." Not quite. Emma? Terror. Terror is a noun. It's a thing, okay? It's an idea. Terror we would circle. The last two, I would circle the wolf is killing the sheep. So wolf and sheep. I would circle neighbors. Paid no heed. I would circle heed. That's a thing. Cries. I would circle is a thing as well. Nor gave him any help. Help is a noun. And then you would circle in the last part, you can't believe a liar. Circle liar. Even when he speaks the truth, I would circle truth. Okay? Let's Let's go over the Blue Book. One of the most notable heroes of the Revolutionary War was a young man named Nathan Hale. Joey, what did you circle here? Good. Man and Nathan Hale, but there are also other nouns here. Ari. Good. Revolutionary War. What else? And heroes. Good. One of the most notable heroes. That's a noun. That's a thing. Revolutionary War. Man and Nathan Hale. Okay. Not long after his 21st birthday, he received his commission as a lieutenant in the American forces. What do I circle here, Jason? Good. Birthday, commission, lieutenant, and forces. Okay. Some of us are probably thinking, oh, these are not used as nouns. You're looking at the use. You want to look at what it is for itself. Okay. You're not looking at what it's used as. You're looking if it names a person, place, thing, or idea. And birthday, commission, lieutenant, and forces, they're all nouns. He performed well and soon became a captain. Class, what did we circle there? Captain. Good, Bella. When General Washington needed a volunteer to risk his life to gain information, let's stop there. Bella, what'd you circle? Good. General Washington volunteer life information about the enemy's position. Hale volunteered. Cheyenne, what did you circle here? Good. Good. Position in Hale. Pretending to be a Dutch school teacher, he crossed the enemy lines and gains the information that Washington needed. Ari, what'd you circle here? There's one more thing, or two more things actually. So school teacher and information, but what did he cross? He crossed the enemy lines as a noun, and he gained the information that who needed? Washington is also a noun. Okay? As he was returning to American lines, the British captured him and discovered the notes and drawings he had made. Destiny, what did you circle here? As he was returning to American lines, is there anything to circle there? Okay, just lines. The British, I would circle British, captured him and discovered the notes. I would circle notes. Drawings, notes and drawings, I would circle. The British commander, I would not circle British here because in this case it's used as an adjective, but I would circle commander. Okay, the commander I would circle. Nothing else. Condemned him to hang the next day. Actually, I would circle day. His courage in the face of death shamed the British soldiers. I would circle courage, face, death, soldiers. And then the last sentence, Nathan Hale's last words have since burned in the hearts of men. I would circle words. I would not circle Nathan Hale here because it is an adjective. So I would circle words, hearts, and then I would circle in I only regret that I have one but life to lose for my country. I would circle life and country. Okay? So those are recognizing nouns. In exercise B, you want to circle all the compound nouns. Okay? So compound nouns would be first and last names, titles of things. Okay? Joey, how many times do I have to tell you to turn around? You were looking back there as well. Okay? I'm not stupid. Okay? Exercise B. Circle all the compound nouns. Okay? There are 5 within this sentence. You would draw a box around the collective nouns. There are 2 of those. Okay? This is in the blue book. I'm sorry. And then underlining all the remaining nouns. Okay? So in the green book, you're just circling the compound nouns. Boxing the collective, so team, anything that has a bunch of members that are looked as one thing. Those are collective nouns. So go ahead and go do that. Exercise B. Aaron, can you take your hood off, please? Of course. Okay, let's go through exercise B on page 99 in the green book. What would I underline, circle, or box in the first sentence? Corn has been an important grain to Americans ever since a friendly Native American tribe introduced it to colonial settlers. Jasmine, what did you underline or did you circle anything here? Compound nouns? Not corn, compound nouns. So like two things put into one. Okay, so compound nouns, nothing here. But tribe, I would box because yes, it is a collective noun. There are a bunch of people in the tribe. Anything else I would underline here, the remaining nouns. Chase? Good. Jasmine also said corn. So corn, grain, what else? Americans. Awesome. And the last word, settlers. Okay, Aaron, tell me in the second sentence, since colonial times, Americans have discovered many valuable uses for corn. What would you underline, circle, or box here? Good. Good. And then one more would be uses, okay? And then the last sentence, once used only for survival, corn and its byproducts now benefit almost every aspect of life in the United States. Who has that one? Erica? What did you underline, circle, or box? Good. 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 I would circle byproducts and circle United States, but I would also underline survival. Survival is a thing. Tyler, what else? Okay, what's your question? It is a collective noun. We were to box it. You were supposed to draw a box around the collective nouns. No worries. Okay, survival, corn, circle product or byproducts, underline aspect, underline life, circle United States. Okay, we have a few more minutes, but I'm just going to go through exercise B, so make sure that you have these written in your book. Okay. Compound nouns would be, well, let's start with the remaining nouns, okay? Underline corn, underline grain, underline Americans, underline or box tribe, and then underline settlers, underline corn, underline lives, underline settlers, underline winter, underline settlers, underline grain, underline food, underline money. I would box family because there's a bunch of people in a family, but it's looked at as one thing. Then I would underline corn. I would underline rent and taxes. I would underline times, Americans, uses, and corn, all underlined. Underline foods. I would underline ketchup, chewing gum, cooking oil, ice cream, puddings, salad dressing, and syrup. I would underline all of those. Then I would underline adhesives, explosives, paints, plastics, and soaps. Actually, I would circle the compound nouns with chewing gum, cooking oil, ice cream, puddings, salad dressing. Sorry about that. Then I would underline survival, corn, circle byproducts, aspect, and life. Underline aspect, underline life. Anything that I missed? I think I missed another collective noun. But I would box tribe and family. Never mind. So box tribe and box family. Are there any questions? Okay, tonight for homework, make sure you study for your vocab quiz tomorrow over list 13. List 13. Okay? It's going to be the same thing that I did last time. I'm going to say a word, and you're going to need to know how to spell it by its meaning, okay? So, in other words, if I'm going to say canvas, to survey, you need to know how to spell that form of the word canvas, okay? Same thing what we did last week. Questions? Yes. Yeah, you can during lunch. All right, you guys are dismissed. For those of you distant learning, I will type in the homework. Just give me a second.
All right, welcome to pre-algebra. We're going to get started. We're on page 184. Page 184. Please go ahead and get out your textbooks at this time. 5.1. This is the first of 2 chapters on geometry. There is a basic understanding of geometry you need in order to move forward in algebra. Actually, one of the things that made the study of algebra possible was translating algebra into graphs. That the fact that the numbers meant something is actually what launched the study of algebra. So before we can get there, we have to talk about geometry in general, okay, and what we mean by certain terms. A lot of this will probably be review. I am fully aware. Okay, it's going to feel like I'm beating a dead horse. I'm going to get through some of that preliminary stuff pretty quick, but the first few sections are going to involve a lot of terms, so you guys are going to have to pay attention and try to pick it up, all right? Good? Fair enough? All right, the table shown on screen is also on page 185 of your textbook. I'm aware that this is somewhat small as far as text goes on a slide. I wouldn't normally do this, but it was done for me, so I'm going to take done. All right, so we're on page 184, though. Geometry, what it is, first of all, is the study of the properties, measurements, and constructions of both 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional figures. Actually, technically, it can do 4-dimensional, too, but we're not getting into that in here. Don't worry about it. 2-dimensional figures include shapes like angles, triangles, and rectangles. Since these figures exist on a plane, which is a flat surface that extends indefinitely in all directions, they are also called plane figures. 2-dimensional figures exist all around us. For example, the surface of a door is rectangular, and stop signs are octagons. 3-dimensional figures include shapes such as cubes, pyramids, and spheres. These shapes can be solids like blocks or shells like empty boxes. Some examples of 3-dimensional shapes in everyday life are cubes of ice and tuna cans. I don't know why tuna cans, but you know, it's in the book. By studying these figures, we can better understand God's mathematical laws and use them in fields such as construction and engineering. Around 300 BC, the Greek mathematician Euclid wrote about what he discovered while studying these shapes. His 13-volume book, The Elements, is still used as the basis for geometry today. Actually, our plain geometry textbook that we use over in 10th grade is an adaptation of Euclid's Elements. Okay, it has been very much like stripped down and like brought to high school level, but it very much is the idea of the original types of geometry. I'm sorry, what? Not dumbed down, made grade level appropriate. There's a difference. There's a difference. Okay, moving on. Table A on the following pages describes important concepts and figures of geometry. Notice that the correct notation for each is included in the last column. Capital letters refer to individual points, but a single lowercase letter can be used to name only a line segment or a line. It is important to be able to both label figures and read geometric notation correctly. So, let's go through this table step by step. First of all, point. A point is an exact location in space. It is represented by a dot and has no length, width, or depth. Specifically, we say that a point is 0-dimensional and that it has 0 freedoms of movement. It cannot move left or right. It cannot move up or down. That's the point. That's it. Okay? It has 0 dimensions or directions of movement. Okay? That's all dimension means, by the way. It sounds like the super big sciencey term. Dimension just means freedoms of movement. That's it. All right, so a line, moving into 1 dimension now, okay, is a length made up of points that extends infinitely in both directions. A line does not have a thickness, okay? So even if I take a marker and draw a very thick line on the board, I can even make it drawn super thick. That is still considered to have 0 width. This is considered to have 0 size. Okay? We make it big enough for us to see. That's the difference. Okay? So even if it's drawn bigger, okay, you really do need to remember that it's a very, very infinitely tiny point. Okay? Let me see here. If we cut off the line, if we don't allow it to extend in both directions infinitely, we call it a line segment. Please notice the notation there on the right. For point A, we just write the word point, and then A, a lot of times actually I'll write PT because it's shorter. And the next one, we can call that line M, or we say line AB. Now this is going to be very important. This says line AB. This says segment AB. They are not interchangeable. Line AB means that there exists points A and B on an infinite line. Okay, that's what that one means. Okay? If I have this, that means I have a line that stops at points A and B. Do you see the difference? Okay? So segment versus line, very important there. For those watching on the stream, you guys can see it easier on the graphic than on the board. A ray is not a Skywalker. We're not getting into that. Okay, but if I have ray AB, that means there's an arrowhead on only one side. Okay? So that means the side with the arrow is the side that continues on past point B. Point B is simply an indicator of where we're going. Okay, does that make sense? So that is a ray. Both those are shown are at X, Y. The end point, or the start point, if you want to think of it that way, is always listed first in ray notation. Okay? So even if they exist in space backward, you still, like if the ray is pointing left, okay? If this is X, this is Y, we still say ray X, Y. Okay, does that make sense? Because we do. It's one of those. You always start with the endpoint and then ray. It doesn't matter. It matters like when it's shown, but like when we write it, it doesn't matter. You don't have to. Don't worry about it. One thing at a time. All right. An angle is formed by two rays that share a common endpoint that we call a vertex. Oh, real quick, I said start point in ray. There's no such term. Any place where a line ceases to exist after that is called an endpoint. So A and B are endpoints here. A is an endpoint here. X is an endpoint here. Even though we think of it, that's where we start, it's actually the end. And just kind of get over it. Start points don't exist. I didn't do it. I don't make the rules. I just teach them. Okay. So an angle is formed by two rays that share a common endpoint called a vertex. That angle there shown can be written as angle ABC, angle CBA, or simply angle B, provided there can be no confusion. Notice that if you're using three letters, the vertex has to be in the middle. That's the only rule. Okay? You have to use three letters if there can be confusion. So if there's two, let's say, okay? Let's say we have that, okay? I can't say angle B because that would lead to confusion. Does that make sense? Because there's potentially three angles, okay? So the only rule then is that B has to be the middle of my name. So I can have angle ABC, I can have angle CBD, I can have angle ABD. I mean, I can keep going. Does that make sense? Okay, but B has to be in the middle if it's the vertex. Intersecting lines are two lines that cross at a point. There's no notation for that. You just write intersecting lines. I don't know. If you have parallel lines, the way to write that is two vertical lines up and down. You literally draw parallel lines. That's what that is. Perpendicular lines are lines that form right angles, which measure 90 degrees. And in the picture, or if it's drawn in a picture, you will notice a box in your angle. If you see a box, it's a right angle. If you see this, it's not a right angle, if it's just an arc. Sorry, it's supposed to be a curve, but drawing is not my thing. All right. Notice for perpendicular lines, the symbol there is literally two perpendicular lines hitting each other. That's the idea, okay? Mathematicians are not the most inventive when it comes to naming, but that's also a good thing because it makes it easy to learn. All right, you want to represent perpendicular lines, you draw perpendicular lines. Done. Okay. All right. So that are the basic concepts, figures, and notation of geometry. Are there any questions so far? Cool. All right, polygons. All the figures in Table A are plane figures, figures that consist of curved lines or straight lines that lie on a flat surface. Let's again make sure we're focusing on the textbook and the lesson, not our own faces. Thank you. Figures that consist of curved lines or straight lines that lie on a flat surface are plane figures. In addition to these, some plane figures are closed figures. And let's go ahead and discuss that. So we can have closed figures. These are also plane figures, okay? But more importantly, they are enclosed upon themselves. There's a contained area in there. Shapes like triangles and circles that begin and end at the same point. When a closed figure is made of only straight lines and no curves, we call it a polygon. Okay? A polygon is a closed figure, is a plane figure, Okay, it just gets more specific as you go. Notice that a circle is not a polygon because there's no straight lines. It's round. Does that make sense? Cool. The straight lines that make up a polygon are called sides because the sides of a polygon are meant to form angles, or meet to form angles, I'm sorry. The point where two sides meet is called a vertex. For any polygon, the number of sides it has equals the number of vertices it has. Vertices is the plural of vertex. It's not vertexes. It's vertices. Kind of. All right. Table B gives the names for the common polygons based on how many sides they have. You're familiar with most of these. 3 is a triangle. 4 is a quadrilateral. When we're saying it in general, it is not rectangle by default because you don't necessarily have a right angle. We'll get more into that later. 5 is pentagon. 6 is hexagon. 7 is heptagon. 8 octagon. 9 nonagon. 10 decagon. Yes, you do need to know those. Nonagon is the thing. All right. In geometry, several types of polygons have 4 sides. It is important to be able to distinguish between the types of 4-sided polygons. So here are the common descriptions. A quadrilateral is any 4-sided polygon. Okay? That first one looks funky. That is a quadrilateral. Count the sides. 1, 2, 3, 4. Done. All right? Quad means 4. Lateral means line. 4 lines. Done. If it has only one set of lines parallel, we call it a trapezoid. Okay? Notice the top and bottom are called parallel. We call those parallel lines the bases. Okay? You're like the ones at the top. I know, I didn't do it. Yes? That's it. It's as specific as you can get. Okay, we always name things as specific as possible. All right? So everything on the screen right now is a quadrilateral. Okay? But we can be more specific about most of them. Does that make sense? So if you can be more specific, you should. I'll go through and flowchart it in a minute. All right. I actually have a diagram from geometry that I'm going to pull up because, yeah. All right. So trapezoid, if it has only one set of opposite sides parallel, that's then a trapezoid. We call those sides bases. A parallelogram is when they're both sides are parallel. A rhombus is a parallelogram with sides equal. A rectangle is a parallelogram with 4 right angles. And a square is a rectangle rhombus. Yes, that's what it is. It's a rectangular rhombus. Yes? Oh, it's a good question. These tick marks mean that they're equal sides. It can be used in diagrams to represent this, just like this can be used to represent 90-degree angles. This is used to represent equal sides. Okay? If you want to specify, for example, in a parallelogram, opposite sides are equal. So if I wanted to, I could go through and, let me get a pen here. I could say that this side equals this side, and then I would say that this side is equal to this side. You just increase the number of tick marks you need. Does that make sense? So that way it's obvious that I mean that the opposite sides are equal, but not equal to the sides. Does that make sense? To help further clarify this, I actually have a diagram that I have to find real quick, because I actually did this a while ago. Let me see, geometry. Let's see if I can find it in figures real fast. If I could remember what I named the thing. Is it under Q for quadrilateral? Oh, I wish I thought about this ahead of time. As far as this exact diagram. Maybe it's in Unit 2. Ah, there it is. Oh, why? Just why? Okay, new page, but with a white background, otherwise you guys aren't going to be able to see it. And, okay, page 93 overview. Cool. All right, so a trapezoid is a quadrilateral, but nothing else can be said about it. There's no more specific type of trapezoid, except there do exist isosceles trapezoids when the legs are equal. Yes, the sides that aren't the bases. All right. Yes. That's the plural of rhombus. Yeah, I'm getting to it. All right. Now, if you have opposite sides, guys, listen up. Okay. If I have opposite sides parallel, then I have a parallelogram. Okay. hence the name. Okay. Inside parallelograms, I can have rectangles or rhombuses, or rhombi is the correct way to say that. Okay, so rectangles have 90-degree angles, rhombi have equal sides, and then if I have a rectangle rhombus, it's a square. Okay, does that make sense? It's equal sides and equal angles. Yes? A rhombus is a type of parallelogram with sides equal. So, a rhombus, all four sides are equal. A square, all four sides are equal. A parallelogram, not necessarily. No, a parallelogram, I might have this side equal to this side, and then this side equal to this side, but they won't necessarily be equal. It looks almost like they're equal in this diagram, but that's because I was constrained on space. Because I had to make things big. All right, and then rectangles, of course, have right angles. Squares have right angles, so hence why a square is technically a rhombus rectangle, but that gets too cumbersome to say, so we say square. All right, notice that a parallelogram cannot be a trapezoid cannot be a parallelogram. They are completely different. They're both quadrilaterals, that's it. All right, good? All right. Notice the description of each four-sided polygon is specific. Consider being asked to identify the name for any parallelogram with four right angles. Well, it would be incorrect to say square because rectangles don't necessarily have to be squares. Does that make sense? And rectangles also have 90-degree angles. So the only correct answer would be rectangle. Does that make sense? Because it's as specific as possible without excluding anything. That's how we name things here. Another way to categorize polygons is based on the relationships of their sides and angles. An equilateral polygon is a polygon with all sides equal, like a rhombus. Equiangular polygons are polygons with all angles equal, like a rectangle. And a polygon with all sides equal and all angles equal is called a regular polygon, like a square. Okay? I know that's not what's shown here, but these are all hexagons. Okay? So the first one is shown as an equilateral polygon. Okay? Equilateral hexagon, they're all six sides there are equal. Okay? The next one is all six angles are equal, but notice the sides are not. If it's both, we call it regular. Regular means both equilateral and equiangular. Equiangular. Does that make sense? Okay. I know we're not necessarily familiar with that one, but the only one where one means the other, because you can see here it doesn't necessarily mean one or the other. There is a shape where equilateral does mean equiangular and vice versa, and that's triangles. That's it, though. With triangles, if you have an equilateral triangle, you have an equiangular triangle, and if you have an equiangular triangle, you have an equilateral triangle. Because the angles have to match. Second you get into quadrilaterals, that's out the window. Once you get past triangles, they're different things. But in triangles, they're the same thing. All right? Good? Cool. They also show you here equilateral versus equiangular. You can have, again, different shapes. It's basically a rehash of the previous slide. But there is another example of it if you would like. Your homework tonight begins on page 188. Please make sure you're in your books turning with me because your homework is a little different tonight. So your homework begins on page 188 and continues on to page 189. I am not going to assign all the problems because this lesson is meant to be done over 2 days. And I refuse to take 2 days to do something we can do in one, especially when it would bore you all. So, you're just doing odds. Evens are not bonus, okay? Homework 1.1 odds. Sorry, 5.1 odds. Homework 5.1 odds, not 1.1. Some of you got excited there. All right, so homework 5.1 odds. Why is this not working? Okay, homework 5.1 odds. And that's due tomorrow. All right, also coming up, just as a heads up, you guys will have a quiz on specifically this section. So you'll have quiz 16 over 5.1 on Wednesday. Okay, it will only be over 5.1. Tomorrow we are going to do 5.2. We are going to go through all that. But that is what's coming up. We are not doing the level up, although if you want to read about different types of symmetry, it's not a bad idea. Okay, it's something you get asked about in like SATs and things. Not something I'm going to be able to focus on right now. Time. So I highly encourage you guys to go through and look at that on your own. Huh? Like the level up? I recommend reading through it. It's not homework though. I recommend reading through it. I recommend it, but I'm not going to devote class time to it. All right, so tomorrow we'll talk about congruent versus similar and versus equal, because they are 3 different things. All right, distance learners, we'll see you guys later.
No. All right, welcome, distant learners. It's good to only have 2 distant, actually be 3. Good to have Emily, Mia. We're waiting for Jezreel. Make sure you throw your name in the chat, and we are going to start this chapter. Before we do, we will pray. Any prayer requests? Spoken for Cody, Jaden. Any other prayer requests? Pray for the basketball games this week. Safe travels, safety in the games. Theoretically, we have 3 games for guys, but 2 days.
Tomorrow, JV and varsity.
Yes, JV and varsity tomorrow, JV on Friday. All right, if that's all the prayer requests, we will pray, and then we will begin. All right, dear Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you for today. Thank you for everything you've done for us, Lord, all the blessings you give us on a daily and weekly basis. Please help all these students, Lord, today and this week to be able to diligently work and start this new grading period strong. Please bless them with whatever tasks they may have in school or out of school, whatever things that might come their way, Lord, to just give them whatever they need. Please help them to focus and to listen, to become good students, not just in class or for me, but it improves their life. It allows them to be a good worker, a better employee, to be a good listener and student in whatever they're doing. Please help all the unspokens we have today, specifically Cody, Jaden's, Lord. You know their hearts, you know their thoughts, their struggles, whatever's going on. Please give them whatever they need, fill that void. Whether they need patience or wisdom or strength, please help them with that. Please help any other students that may have an unspoken, Lord, on their heart or their mind. Please help them through that struggle or situation, whatever it may be. Please help this class, today's lesson and this future weeks, and this test we'll have probably next week. Please help all students. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. All right, good to see you, Jezreel. There is no one. Yes, you're here. So confused. All right, good to have you. If any of the distant learners, if you guys want the notes, just let me know. I can't send those to you. Probably you won't have them for this lesson, so you have to go back and fill them out. But let me know if you want those. I can send those to you as well anytime. Just ask, and I can send them to you. All right, with those notes out, since I just handed them to you, Jasmine, please put your mask on. I told you, it's a longer chapter, dude. 151 notes. Okay, I'll try to get staples. I'll be in here next hour, so I'll try to get staples, help you guys out with those so I can staple them. All right, we are talking about, if you haven't noticed on the screen, the English or England nation. Okay, so first I'm going to show you guys a picture where that is, what countries are within the England nation or Great Britain as we know it today. Okay, obviously in the first one on the right, okay, that little green area you see, okay, that is the whole area of England. Shh, exactly. Okay, it's smaller than most of our U.S. states. Okay, it is a small area. Okay, obviously the picture on the left would be a closer up view. You have Wales, England, Scotland, Ireland. Okay, those are all the areas that make up Great Britain, and we're going to talk about that through this chapter as well. That's just a video or a picture for you guys to see. Shh. Okay, this is going to bring us to, okay, we have been talking about what time period. We called it a name. Okay, yeah, but what age was that? Okay, it was like the mid-century or mid-time, okay, the 1500s. Okay, we're going to be talking about a little bit of that, okay, but we're going to be moving to this modern age. Okay, we talked about the Reformation, the post-Reformation, these things happening in that time. Okay, but we're moving to this next period of time. Okay, it's called the Age of Nations. Okay, the ending of last chapter, what did we talk about? No. What was the end of last chapter with the raise of hand? Nope. The raise of hand. Someone said one thing. Portugal. Okay, but Jasmine, did you say? I can't really tell. With that on, people talking, you said it. I thought it was you. That's why I looked at you first. But then you looked at me like you didn't say anything. All right, Brianna, add on to that. There it is. Okay, we see this age of exploration. Okay, obviously we have Portugal, they traveled. We talked about so many different countries, right? We mentioned them. Where are all those countries that we mentioned? That's not country. Europe. It's in Europe. Okay, shh. Joey, I don't want to hear any more dumb comments. All right, Cody, control yourself. All right, we see these different areas or countries coming to be, okay? Another word or term used for countries is, or are nations. Okay, so we see this age of nations. Okay, which is another name for this modern age that we're going to be talking about at this time. The Age of Nations. No, it is actually really good to have you back, Jose. No one can take a joke like you. Like, you can take them and you can dish them. What? Who called him a bean?
You do.
I did not call him a bean.
You said, hey, it's good to have you back in your little bean self.
No, what? I said little gorgeous self. I said gorgeous. You guys are so delusional.
You said bean.
You can call me that, but I definitely, Jose, you know I didn't say that. I said gorgeous. All right, moving on. Shh. So specifically talking about this age of nations, this modern age, obviously the title of the chapter. Okay, the country we're going to be really talking about this chapter is England. Okay, if you did not catch that, you're a little slow. Okay, England. Okay, but all of you guys caught it for sure. Hoodies off, Aaron. Erica, hoodies off. Sorry, I don't mean to be that guy, but I am that guy. It's okay. You guys are okay. It's okay. All right, England is a European nation that has become an inspiration to all freedom-loving people, particularly the Americans whose heritage is deeply connected with it. Obviously, as we move on in this time, okay, Americas, okay, actually we're talking about in the 9th and 10th grade. Okay, Americas, most of us came from somewhere in Europe. A lot of us came from England. Okay, at that time, the beginning of England, obviously, or beginning of America. Obviously now America is full of, we're like the most diverse country ever. Okay, we have lots of stuff going on. Okay, but the beginning of America, a lot of it were people coming for religious freedoms, coming from that Reformation, post-Reformation, to the Americas, or New World. Okay, we see that. No, that does not mean everyone is British. I just said the beginning of America is now we're diverse, so you have lots of different stuff. We didn't all come from England. The beginning of the New World. The beginning of the New World, dude. Okay, some important things, just from some visuals, some pictures for you guys from England. Okay, we'll probably talk about, shh, Cody, no more comments. Joey, no more comments. Raise your hand. You are correct, but no more comments unless you raise your hand. Okay, these are just visuals for you guys, parts of England that I thought looked cool. Okay, we'll probably talk about them a little bit later. Yes, you have Big Ben. Okay, you got a lot of other things. But I just thought they looked cool, you know? All right. Well, maybe if you weren't talking to Jasmine, you would have caught it. Shh, Cody. If you want something, what are you supposed to do? We will go back in a second. John, what? We will in a second, but we don't need any comments. Yes, that was in that movie, yes. If that's how you can remember it, yes. It is from the newest Spider-Man movie when he was fighting. Yes, ma'am. Yep. Honestly, it probably wasn't even recorded actually there. So. Green screen room. You just make it. They make it. They use their graphics. All right, moving on. Okay, we're going to talk about the beginning of England. Okay, the people that inhabited it. Okay, the Celts. Okay, they were among the earliest known inhabitants of the British Isles. Okay, before it was called Great Britain, before it was England. Okay, it was just known as the British Isles. Okay, Celts were like the first inhabitants of this area. They were descendants of the people, should be from the European mainland. You're cold? Just one. I'm not going to touch it. Nope. 60, whatever it's at. All right. Shh. Joey. What did I say? Cody. You got to learn to focus. Okay, we talked about this in basketball, in school. You got to focus. Okay, descendants of the people from the European mainland. These were the Celts. Okay, a few more things we need to know. The beginning of this British Isles area were the Druids. The Druids. Okay, they come from the Celtic group of men. Okay, but the Druids were a special group of Celtic men and women who acted as teachers, judges, and priests. Okay, it was kind of like a little cult, religion. Okay, these Druids, okay, they were a group of people that came together. Okay, they were very strange. If we really talked about what they did, they were strange people. We're not going to really go into it. Okay, but we're going to give the brief basis of it. Shh. Obviously, you already see these Celts, or these Druids, Okay, they practiced human sacrificing. Okay, that's what they believed. Yeah, they were cray-cray, man. They were crazy. They're crazy. Shh. Raise a hand. Jose, what are you saying? No. Aaron? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Huh? Usually they would do it in a form of like a wooden statue. They'd put them inside and then light the statue on fire and then it'd burn. That's usually how they would do it. Shh. Okay, one of the most known things done from these Celts or these Druids people that a lot of us see and that's still standing today, okay, are these relics. Here's some more pictures for you guys. Everyone good with these notes? I'm just kidding. All right, we have this. Has anyone seen pictures of these before? Okay. Yes. Okay. Druids are still a thing today. Obviously not as popular in that area. Okay, but they are. Their belief are still somewhat real. Yes, ma'am. No, it would be illegal. Is that your question as well? No. Okay, but that cross is what they use for their religion. That's something that signified their Celtic belief in their area. Okay, so just so you know that. Okay, again, we're doing a brief history of this England nation, how it came to be, and then obviously what it is today, or in this time period at least. Okay, moving on. Everyone done basking at these pictures? All right, moving forward. Okay, Julius Caesar. We've talked about this man before. Okay, just a little brief from the past. I mean, that would be a compliment, Chase. Honestly, Julius Caesar. I mean, out of all the guys they've said you look like, this would be the one I would choose. He's at least a good-looking guy. Julius Caesar, man. He just looks like authority, you know what I'm saying? Just look at him. Julius Caesar. All right, Julius Caesar. Okay, guys, I'm married. Okay, chill. Okay, Julius Caesar conquered the Celts around 55 BC. Okay, and made Britain the westernmost province of the Roman Empire. Okay, this is how it originated. Okay, Julius Caesar conquered this land. Okay, made it part of their country, obviously their land when their nation was strong. Obviously, when they lost their power, they were brought back to their homeland. All those areas they conquered, now people were there, living there. So that's how we see these individual nations becoming nations. Okay, but it all started with Julius Caesar conquering these Celts and making it part of the Roman Empire. AD. There you go. You remember something. Good job. In the year of our Lord. Good job. What? Yes, it's a Latin word. Okay, Christianity, because of this, again, we're doing a brief background of England. Okay, Christianity reached Britain during the Roman occupation, and many Celts became Christian. Remember, at this time, Christian did not mean just Bible-believing people. What did Christian really refer to? Not quite. Okay, the Roman Church, it wasn't quite Catholicism quite yet. Okay, but remember through Constantine, all the Roman emperors, they fought in the name of the Lord. Hey, I'm a servant of the Lord. Okay, all these things. Okay, those were all pertained within the Christian realm. Jose, Aaron, chill. If you have trash, throw it away. So in the 5th century, obviously this is a little back. Obviously we're in the 17th century, but in the 5th century, okay, AD, the Waves, the Jutes, the Angles, and the Saxons, which were Germanic tribes, sailed across the North Sea from the region of South Denmark. Okay, Denmark, part of the mainland, sailing across, obviously, the English Channel area, that North Sea area, to the British Isles, which would be Great Britain today, England, Wales, Ireland, Scotland. Okay, but these were the original Germanic tribes that traveled across to inhabit this land. I'm not the only one that squeaks, huh? I do. That is.
Quiet, Jasmine. No one asked you.
Jasmine, you're right though. You're right though. That's why mine goes out by this class, because I have to talk all day. I do. All right, one famous king that we know of, okay, a Celtic hero, okay, that saved this nation, these people from these invaders. Dude, King Arthur. It's the man, King Arthur. Okay, you know Sword in the Stone. Okay, the myth story of Sword in the Stone. Arthur, King Arthur. Okay, Excalibur, all that stuff. So many different stories on that. Shh. But this is a real statue. Okay, this is still there. Okay, I don't remember quite what it's made out of. Obviously some kind of metal. Probably iron and copper mixed. Okay, yes sir. That's how it's always been. It was like this empty metal relic of this man with his face. Okay, but he stands on the shore, okay, basically saying, hey, I defended these people from these invaders, okay, and he's still there today, something you can see today.
He's alive?
No, the statue, Cody. Don't be dumb. Okay, but this brings us to the Anglo-Saxons. Okay, we've already talked about those tribes, Germanic tribes. Okay, but the one that actually did end up conquering Britain were the Anglo-Saxons. Everyone good on this one? The Anglo-Saxons. Again, I told you. Is there a lot of notes today? No, we are almost done. Almost done.
We still have like 15 minutes.
I know. I told you I'd be short today. Introduction. This is bringing us the background of England. Tomorrow we'll start more about the 17th century of England. Okay, but these Anglo-Saxons, they were the collective name given to the Germanic tribes who conquered Britain. Okay, so it would have been a little bit of, okay, all those different tribes that came, the Waves, the Teutons, the Saxons, the Anglos, all of them. Okay, they just said, so maybe it was, who knows, maybe the majority of the people that were left were the Anglos and the Saxons, so they're like, hey, we're the Anglo-Saxons. Okay, but it was everyone brought together, okay, and those were called Anglo-Saxons. They did these things. Okay, they worshiped many gods, polytheism. Okay, they believed in many gods. Okay, sometimes they were objects, sometimes they were nature, sometimes they were animals, sometimes they were like things, like we've seen Viking beliefs like Thor, god of lightning. Okay, that type of stuff were what they believed in, polytheism. Shh. Okay, they also had a deep love of freedom and independence. Okay, as we all have known, like Ireland, Scotland, freedom, you know what I'm saying? Okay, you know what I'm saying, Chase? Freedom, you know what I'm saying? Okay, all these people, they always were fighting for their freedom. Okay, they wanted their independence. Okay, they were free-living people. Okay, hence, since most of our beginning of the New World came from England, they were also free-living people, or tried to be at least. Okay, also, this group of people had a firm sense of justice. Okay, firm sense of justice meaning, hey, like if you go against this, you done. You donezo. You gone, dog, messed up, Ron. If you guys know what that's from, maybe you don't. Hashtag Keenan Peele. All right, moving on. No. Okay, the Anglos gave their name to the southern parts of the island of Britain. Okay, meaning, I think it's supposed to be Angles, E-S, sorry. E-S, the Angle land of England. Okay, that's how it got its name. The Angles gave their name. Okay, we had the Angles, the Saxons. Obviously, we had the Anglo-Saxons. Okay, they got the southern part of the British Isles. Okay, and they gave it the Angle land, meaning England. That's where the name comes from. You're okay, you're okay. I forgive you. Yes, England, meaning angled land. Everyone good with this one? That first Anglos should be Angles, A-N-G-L-E-S. No, I just put it in wrong. There we go. Everyone good with this one? Shh. Cody, put your chair down. John, put your chair down. Put your chair down. Put your chair down. You're not trying. You're messing around. You're being dumb. That's what you're being. And disobedient. Cody, stop talking. Okay, probably last note of today, maybe one more after this one. Okay, Augustine, we need to know him. This is why. Okay, he was a missionary appointed to the Pope Gregory the Great in 597 AD. Okay, he was to convert the Anglo-Saxons to Catholicism. He eventually became the first Archbishop of Canterbury. We've learned about him already. Yes, sir.
How come he looks like he just saw like his entire family
Or maybe he's writing something down. He's like, oh, epiphany, something just came to my mind. Let's write it down. Since he was someone like that. Okay, but he's a missionary. Missionary is obviously someone that goes to a foreign land, preaching their religion. Okay, he was someone of the Roman Catholicism. He went to these Celts, these Druids, okay, these Anglo-Saxons, okay, these Germanic tribes. Okay, they were kind of savage typed. Okay, and they brought the Catholicism to them. Okay, as we know him from last chapter. Actually, I think that was in the other class, not this class. From last chapter of my other class, okay, we learned that he was the Archbishop of Canterbury. Okay, last note of today, our next one. I'll give you time. I got to accommodate back to the beautiful handwriting of Jose. It's beautiful. It really is, but it's beautiful. Bella's like, it's not special. Tyler, relax. All right, Jose, you ready?
Yeah, then you like put your eye on
Good? Destiny, you're still going to? All right, I'll leave it up there a second longer. Relax, guys. Joey, put your mask on all the way. Jasmine, put your mask on all the way, please.
We're all done.
All right, last note of today. Okay, all of England. Okay, I told you, kind of bring you back up to date. Remember, Reformation was kind of bringing those religions by. Okay, obviously other religions came, not just Catholicism. But all of England officially accepted Romanism. Okay, what is Romanism? Catholicism. Remember, the Roman Church, Catholic Church, it's all the same. Okay, Romanism is Catholicism. Okay, England became predominantly, okay, or consumed by Romanism or Catholicism around 664 AD. Okay, you will need to know that date. Be ready for that. There are a lot of dates we need to know this chapter. So underline, highlight, whatever you need to do. All right, that is the end of the chapter. I told you I'd finish a little early for homework. What? Homework? What? I'll leave it up there for those finishing. For homework. Faith. The JV team that beat us by 27. What? I mean, that's my plan every time we have a game. Whether his mom agrees with that or not, that's a different story. As of right now, yes. All right, since there's a varsity game too. Homework is page 164. You guys should have done the first half. Right? You did the first half of it? You should have already done the first half and turned it in. 164. I'm pretty sure you guys did the first half. Section 15.1, I thought you did. Maybe it's another class that had similar questions. You already did 1 through 8? I thought we did the first half. Well, that's okay. I'll just give grace. Okay, then we'll just do the evens. I thought we did the first half, but I guess not. Yep, I'm going to say it. 164, page 164. Section review 15.1. Questions 2 through 8 evens. 2 through 8 evens. You guys should be able to finish that either in class, as you have 7 minutes about, and you have study hall after. Okay, we are not just talking. All right, class is finishing early. You are starting that homework. Is it really, Elias? No, it's not. Is it really? All right. I just have to be convinced. These kids joke on me a lot, and I feel like, am I asking you? 1, I'm your teacher. You don't call me names. I don't care if you're kidding. You don't call me names. 2nd, you're not talking with permission. I've told you 1,000 times this class. Obviously, that's an exaggeration. Okay, yes, ma'am. Evens, 2 through 8 evens. 2, 4, 6, 8. 15.1, page 164. Any other questions? Distant learner, any questions? Let me know if you have any questions. I will help you. It's Elias. Man, I'm really confused because I'm not saying they're liars, but we have Stretch the truthers. That's hard to say. Stretch the truthers in this classroom. All right, Elias, that's what I'm going to call you from now on. It is, I have spoken, if you've ever seen Mandalorian. I have spoken. Yeah, he dies. You know what I'm saying? Dies first season. Yeah. Sorry.